9:30, and I'll call the meeting to order. And the first item of business is adoption of the agenda. Do I have a mover? Deputy Mayor.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that the agenda be adopted as amended to pull item 17 after item 6A and item 9.4C before item 9.3A.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Oh, sorry.
The amendment was to move 9.4C before 9.4A.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Before 9.3A.
9.3A.
Which is the 9.3A, which is...
Draft operating budget.
I would prefer that we talked about the draft budget before we talk about the budget personnel, because my position on that will depend on some decisions we make during the budget discussion.
Is there any other discussion? Deputy Mayor.
I'm okay.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Having adopted the agenda, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Any? Minutes and business arising out of the minutes. So I have a mover. Deputy Mayor.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that the minutes from the October 15th, 2025 council meeting be adopted as printed and circulated.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So we have a busy meeting today and probably a long meeting with many timed items. I will try to keep all the different timings straight, but by all means, if I go to the wrong agenda item per how we've moved them around, feel free to put your hand up and remind me. But the next item on the agenda is 6 public meetings and drainage meetings. 6A is a minor variance application A18-25 submitted by Tammy Betzner pertaining to lands described as Part Lot 6, Concession 12, East Nigeria, etc. Planner McDonald, I'll turn it over to you for your report. Oh, sorry.
Going into the public meeting.
Sorry. See, I warned you that I was going to do this. Deputy Mayor.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that the council meeting be adjourned at 9:33 a.m. for the purposes of holding a public meeting pursuant to the provisions of the Planning Act, and that council move into the Committee of Adjustment for the purpose of hearing a minor variance application.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Planner McDonald, now I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Ryan. Good morning to council, staff, members of the public joining us here this morning. The application before committee at this time is application A1825. It affects lands on Road 74 in the township of Zorra. In this instance, the applicant, who is available today, is requesting 2 areas of relief from the township zoning bylaw. The first, as it relates to section 5.4.2.3, and that is regarding the proposed gross floor area for a detached additional residential unit. The second area of relief is with respect to section 5.4.2.4, and that has to do with the proposed height of the additional residential unit. The property itself is just over 5 acres in size. It's within the limited agricultural zone in the township zoning bylaw. And the one item I would like to highlight for committee is that much of the property is constrained by way of natural features and areas of floodplain and slope hazard that the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority has their regulatory authority over. As a result of this, we did engage the UTRCA to, in this instance, conduct a site visit with the applicants as part of this application to ensure that they themselves would be in a position to issue any necessary permits for the proposed development. The CA has done that, and they are satisfied with the location, which is generally as shown on the plates for committee, plate 3 specifically. I would also identify that with an area of 5 acres in size, even though there are some constraints on the property, staff are satisfied that there's sufficient room in place for not just the new dwelling itself, but the associated well and septic system. Further, I would identify that there's no issue with respect to the proposed access. It's an existing access that'll be utilized, and it will just branch off to the new ARU. As far as the size, the applicants are limited to 1,400 square feet. They're proposing 1,500 square feet. We represent that in the report as a percentage because the cap is 54% rather than 50%, which the zoning bylaw requires. Similarly, the height is capped at 5 meters, and the applicants are requesting 5.9 meters. I would advise the committee that the applicants themselves have not finalized the design details of the ARU, nor does planning require them to at this time. They will continue to do that, but at this point they're asking for some flexibility when they work with their designers so that they can have sufficient room to accommodate their needs, and that additional height will help them with some of the design elements as well. As a result of public circulation, I didn't receive any comments from any neighboring residents or otherwise, and I would just highlight the comments received from Upper Thames in this case, indicating their satisfaction with the proposed location, and there are permit requirements depending on the precise location when it is presented for the building department. Happy to take any questions, and as mentioned, the applicant is available to do the same.
Questions from the committee on the report? Seeing any. Is the applicant here, and do they wish to speak to their application? Are there any members of the public here who wish to speak to the application? Can I have a motion to come out of Deputy Mayor? Motion to deal with the application.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that the Township of Zorra Committee of Adjustment approve application A18-25 submitted by Tammy Betzner for lands described as Part Lot 6, Concession 12, East Missouri, Part 2 of 41R3682, municipally known as 743129 Road 74, Township of Zorra, as it relates to relief from Section 5.4.2.3, provisions for all additional residential units to permit a maximum cumulative gross floor area of approximately 54%, 140 meters squared, of the existing dwelling rather than the maximum permitted 50%, which is 150 meters squared, of the existing dwelling, and relief from Section 5.4.2.4, provisions for detached additional residential units to permit a maximum height of 5.9 meters, rather than the maximum permitted 5 meters, to facilitate the establishment of a detached additional residential unit on a property zoned limited agriculture A1 zone.
Is there any discussion?
Just briefly, I think the report makes it clear this is a minor departure from the intention of the policy framework. And I think, you know, we've seen a slow uptick in ARU applications, and it's an important piece of addressing that we have a housing inventory challenge across the province. So for those reasons, I'm happy to support this application.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So I would, that means that you have your approval. I would just encourage you to follow up with Planner McDonald and or CBO Hughes to make sure that you dot your I's, cross your T's with respect to timing and permits, and then you're good to go. Thanks. So per the amended adoption of the agenda, can I have a mover to go into closed? Deputy.
First to come out of it, committee.
Oh, yeah.
Moved
One
by
day I'll figure this out.
It's okay. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that council move out of the Committee of Adjustment and pursuant to the Planning Act, that the public meeting be adjourned at 9:39 a.m. and the regular meeting of council be called back to order.
Seconded by Councillor Finch, The council moved into closed meeting session at 9:40 a.m. pursuant to section 239.2B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 10:51, I'll call the meeting back to order from closed, and we are at item 7, delegations, and item 7A is Rhonda Stewart from ROEDC. I would just say make sure you hit the button and the red light comes on, and I think the computer should be all set up if you have something to present.
Red light. Good morning, thank you. Thank you. Okay, good morning. I am happy to be here this morning. I wanted to just take a few moments of your time today to come in and formally thank you for your support and participation in our upcoming strategic plan. I'm not going to go through the whole report today, and I know Zorra is always very good about reading information ahead of time, so I wanted to really just come and say thank you and talk a little bit about the process and our next steps very briefly. If there are any questions or comments, I'm happy to answer those, but I would also like to note that you have a wonderful board member with ROEDC here through Katie, so if any reflections come through after I've left, feel free to pass them through Katie, and I'm sure she'll bring them to our board meeting at the end of the month. So our strategic planning process, actually, we undertook it over the course of the spring and the summer this year. We worked with McSweeney and Associates through a few phases. One was looking at the landscape in which we're working in. So there was like document review, analysis, community analysis, situational analysis. And I would say like the lion's share of the work that was different in this strategy than in our previous strategy was the stakeholder engagement. Our last strategy was completed in sort of a COVID vacuum in 2021, and we didn't know if our consultant would have even been there in person until like the days leading up to it. So this process was far more engaging, far more enriching. We had McSweeney delivered and facilitated a number of one-to-one phone calls, online surveys, focus groups, open houses, and a board and staff priority planning session. I will say it was a really thorough process and a lot of robust conversation and opportunity to provide feedback, both one-on-one and in-group discussions. So we had, during the first phase, we had an elected official session, community partner session, and business community session. And we took all of that information back and also, which that all fed into the actions and the items that were discussed in the working session, where we had very good cross-section of dialogue between our partners at planning department, elected officials, business community, community partners, our staff, our board. So it was very comprehensive. As well, we paired that with additional one-to-one conversations with each of our CAOs to just further ensure local priorities were being addressed or identified. And so with that, this is the final product. And our next steps is to work on our implementation plan and kind of create a roadmap for what we think we can accomplish in year one of this 5-year strategy. And yeah, that's short and sweet. I just wanted to say thank you again in person for your support.
Thank you. Questions from council? So I guess if they don't have one, I do. So I love a strategic plan. I especially love a good strategic plan, and I know you guys did a lot of consultation to develop this strategic plan. My one question is, has the board yet, or will they, consider if ROEDC has sufficient resources to actually effectively implement this plan? Because, I mean, it's one thing to have a plan, it's another thing to be able to implement it, right? So I'm just wondering where that's at.
Thank you for the question. It's definitely was identified through this process as well. And there's a couple of ways. So the board is aware. Obviously, Crystal and I combined, 2-person team, and we do have a big area. So we have been very creative and resourceful with the resources that we do have, but it has been identified that possibly we may need additional resources. And so the item that we're going to be looking at is there are bridges that we can do, like there are programs we can create, and we can apply for ROD grant funding as well to help bridge the gap to increase resources to meet local demand. So the short answer is yes, it's on the radar.
Anyone else? Deputy Mayor.
Can I add to that? You asked a question of the delegate. Am I able to contribute as, okay. In our previous strategic plan, and with the work plan that was implemented, in those board level discussions, it's very clear where the funding, where the work implementation is coming from in terms of on our staffing level or through consultants. So I believe at our next meeting, we'll be looking at sort of some of that operational stuff from a board level. But so far, what I've seen at a high level, there's guidance from staff in terms of what the level of implementation will be able to achieve at a staffing level and where they are recommending for consultants to be used, or where there are projects that may be restricted in terms of what that reach would be, and where partnerships are able to be more effective in terms of achieving those things. And then in terms of the board level discussions around, where we're wanting to see more done, that is a key component of those discussions where we reference back to staff to say what's reasonable within our current employment scope, because it is what we like to proudly say, small but mighty organization.
Anyone else?
Rhonda, just a quick question. From the last plan to this one, and through all the feedback you received from different groups, what stands out as the biggest change of focus for ROEDC based on the feedback received and what municipalities are looking for?
Through you, Your Worship. Thank you for the question. A couple of things have changed, I guess, operationally. One, our key stakeholders have changed almost at all 5 of our rural municipalities. So I perhaps rested on institutional relationship more so than putting in the effort to, I guess, solidify these new relationships with our key partners. So that's something that there's going to be a lot of effort in intertwining and working much more closely together. That was just unintentional. So that would be a change. And then if we're looking just based on current resources and current staffing, one area that looks, and it's kind of been a shift as well, just in the community landscape, there is going to be some work in that rural downtown and village core and within service village areas. We have, again, we've set priority areas for each year, and so there is a slight perception out there that we're only working with the rurals right now. And while I appreciate the acknowledgement, because that was the targeted focus area, so I appreciate the acknowledgement that that has been our focus area for the upcoming year will be more in those village cores and downtown areas, and we'll be working very closely with our CIOs and their staff teams to I guess, shift that way. So maybe in 2 years, people will say, oh, they're only working in the downtown, not in the rurals, but that's not the case. But that would be a definite shift. But I think some of that just lends itself to the time that we're in as well, because we want to see our village cores thriving, and we're just in a slippery slope kind of landscape right now. So, and we've personally received fewer investment calls in these last few months from outside of the area, like a few, but not near as much as previous years. And so I think that's just another reason to double down and really work with the people who are boots on the ground, building in our communities, and see what we can do to support them.
Anyone else? Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up under delegations is item 7B, Upper Thames River Conservation Authority, Harrington and Embro Dams budget update. And are you guys connected?
Yes, we are
Okay.
here.
I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the Mayor and to the Council for the opportunity to present the budget. So this presentation is regarding the budget update for 2026 and beyond for the future projects for the Embro and Harrington Dam. Just give me 1 second. Okay. So we have divided the presentation into 2 parts for Harrington and Embro. The first one is Harrington. So as you can see, for 2026, we have 2 projects planned for the vegetation removal and for the handrail. And for the future, we are looking for 5 future projects. So the first one that we are encountering is for the vegetation removal. When we visited the site earlier this year, we discovered that there is a lot of uncontrolled wild growth of vegetation. So we are looking next year to clear this area and reseed the area with hydroseeding so that we can control the growth of the vegetation. The next one is the handrails. We discovered that these handrails, which are over 20 years old, they are not really up to the building code standard. So this is something that we are considering to undertake to upgrade these handrails to match the existing standards. But we are currently working with the township to see if this is something that we want to defer or if we want to cancel it altogether. For the future projects, we have the Harrington Dam Safety Review that we are planning currently for 2027. We are looking to identify any deficiencies, any remedial measures for the deficiencies, the variety of urgency for any recommendations, and the cost estimates. The next one is the class environmental assessment. This is being planned to be undertaken after the completion of the DSR, although that is subject to change. So we are currently not sure if the class environmental assessment should be an entirely new study. We have to keep in mind that the last EA was never completed. So it is at this point unsure or uncertain if we need to start an entirely new study because some of the existing natural setting might have changed since the study was put on the shelf a couple of years ago. And the next one, for this slide, as you can see, we have the Embro Dam. We are planning to undertake the implementation of the Class EA. The Class EA is being planned to be completed by the end of this year. So at some point next year, during April, we are looking to engage with a consultant to start looking into implementation stage of the EA. The first one in the implementation will be the design. So we will engage with the consultant and the community to plan for the implementation. And the following years, we'll be carrying out the construction work to implement the alternative within the next 5 years. So this last slide is basically summarizing points about the class environmental assessment. Again, it is expected to be completed by the end of this year, and we will engage with the consultant at the start of next year. This third point is a little bit misleading because we don't really need to evaluate any new alternatives. However, we will be looking for the best possible approach so that we can keep the cost to the minimum during the implementation stage. I can also mention that once we have completed the design for the implementation, we will be able to seek for external funding from the different environmental groups and from federal and provincial funding sources to be able to implement this, the preferred alternative from the EA. And that's it. Me and Huda are both present today. So if you have any questions, we are happy to take those.
Thank you. Questions from council? Councilor Mitchell.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for the update on the work that's going to be done on the Harrington Dam, but I have to tell you that I'm kind of frustrated that this is the 6th time in the last 3 years that you've come to us with a report on the Embro Dam, and I know you're just doing your job, and this is part of the system you work in, but in those previous reports, the consensus of council was that we were in favor of approving option number 4, which is to remove the dam, allow it to the stream to go back to its natural water course, and to build the offline ponds, at least one, to accommodate, I think it was the turtles, and to let it go back to a natural wetland. I don't think we've done a formal endorsement of that because I don't think we've been asked to give a formal endorsement. But after 3 years of reports, the latest report is that we need to spend another $60,000 on studies and design continuation, and then the following year, 50,000 plus to start the implementation. So why do we need to keep studying this over and over again? And has there been anything done to actually, physically done to actually remove the dam and get it back to what we all agree should happen to it?
Thank you for the question. Yes, you're right that the council agreed to implement the alternative number 4, and that has been a consensus from almost everybody that have provided an input for this project. When we published this report in the spring of this year, we received comments from the MECP, and they wanted to have certain edits or additions into the report regarding noise pollution, climate change, and one major ones was regarding the First Nation consultation. They wanted a more detailed documentation of how we engage with the First Nation. So we had to spend the last few months to reach out to the First Nations and to give them opportunity to provide their comments. We have received comments from 3 of the 8 First Nations from any addition or any editing to have it published by the end of this year. I understand that this is rather frustrating that we have to come back over and over again for the same thing. And we're just, we are pretty confident at this time that once we address all of these issues, it will be okay to move forward with it because MECP's comments were the only thing that hindered the, I guess the word I'm looking for, they hindered the completion of the
engineer coordinator at the UTRCA. I would like to add to what Sarjeet just said. It's the nature of the EA process is a lengthy one, and it's coming into phases. In the ideal situation, we have minimum of 3 phases. First phase will be the assessment phase, which is to evaluate the component of the civil, geotechnical, hydrological, and hydraulic evaluation, which will provide us updated recommendation for required repairs. And based on this, on the first phase, which will provide us of all of these outcomes and the impacts on the natural, social, economical, and cultural environment, then we will start the second phase of collecting the background data and establish the existing environment condition to prepare for the EA process. And then it will be followed by the design, which will go into the outcomes of these surveys or existing details. Based on the design stage, the recommendations will come, which is the alternatives of keep the dam, remove the dam, maintain the dam, and approximately the associated cost of keeping the dam. And then have to come to the decision of the preferred alternative, and based on that, the implementation. So by nature, it's a lengthy process. We have struggled with the First Nations consultation, which was rectified in the last year. That's why maybe this process looks longer than the ideal situation. Thank you.
Anyone else?
If I
Councillor
can
Finch.
just
Oh, sorry.
just thanks for the information. I appreciate it. And as I say, I know it's, you don't make the rules. You're stuck in this situation, but I think this is a frustration, at least my frustration, and a lot of people with this whole process, that we just study this to death. We keep adding 50,000, 60,000, whatever. This is not a big project. And it's very frustrating that the costs just keep going up and nothing as far as actually removing the dam can be done till we've spent all this money on studies. So just expressing my frustrations with the process, and you use the word frustration too. I'm sure you get frustrated at times.
Councillor Finch.
Just reading this, are you saying that you have to go back out to the public again and do the design phase all over again?
The first question regarding public consultation, the stage is complete. We just had to consult with the First Nations to receive. We at least had to provide them with the opportunity to provide their input. Again, consultation is not going to happen. We don't need to do that again. And design, we haven't really done any design work. We have done a conceptual illustration of what the future might look like. So it basically consists of the dam, creating wetland habitat and offline ponds, along with the naturalized creek. We have the concept, but we haven't done any detailed design, which is the next stage.
Anyone else? Deputy Mayor.
I had prepared some questions about the Harrington Dam handrail. Mostly just, what is it that is non-compliant with the building code? And is it just the top portion of those sides, just the rail itself, or is it replacement of the whole sides? And I'll, in a minute, give you some space if you'd like to respond to that. But am I hearing correctly from your presentation that on that specific project that you're working with our staff to see if this is something that perhaps there's a recommendation to defer? The $35,000 in engineered designs and implementation for this project seems, perhaps warranted based on safety, but there wasn't a lot of information around in what way it was non-compliant. So if we're working with staff to look at that more closely, I'm happy to leave that on a staffing level at this time. But if you would like to provide us with more information around the handrail project, I'm happy to hear it as well.
Sure. So I will go in the reverse order of your question. So you were asking about the amount of the cost estimate. $35K, we realize it's excessive. But as a public body, we are responsible for basically every piece of infrastructure that we have in place. So we will have to go through an engineer and have those design done and have it stamped. So 35,000 seems justified to us. We had a similar project in Dorchester that is currently being undertaken right now. And that was very similar to this one. And that was $25,000 without any engineered portion. And yeah, the staff from Zorra said that they visited the site and they were of the opinion that we didn't need the new handrails because they didn't see any issue. So it is something that we are discussing at the staff level to see if the current configuration of the handrail is acceptable and whether we need to undertake this project or if we can defer it. And we are open to both the possibilities based on the staff level discussions.
Anyone else? I want to fully double down on Councillor Mitchell's concerns that it's very hard for us as a municipality to sort of plan and have any kind of certainty around this when it seems to, you know, I think the first time that I ever talked about the EAs for these dams was in the 2014 election, before that council even sat. And here we are in almost in 2026 and still have very little certainty about it. And it's, I think it's not okay for us in terms of giving any kind of direction to our staff in terms of budgeting, not only for 2026, but for these are projects that are not going to be done in a couple of months. And not good for our residents to not know what's happening with that dam. Like, I mean, to some extent, for people who want the dam to stay, well, you've got a decade of it staying, but by no means is that any kind of decision that it's staying. It just hasn't gone. So I think we need to work on some path forward here to establish some level of certainty. And I couldn't agree with Councillor Mitchell's comments more. Anybody else? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, could I suggest that we have a motion to pull ahead item, where is it here? 9.4A, Report 2025-114 from the Director of Corporate and Protective Services and the Oxford County Community Planner regarding renewable energy approvals update. The reason that I'm suggesting that we pull it ahead is that we have some county staff that are here to present on that or assist in presentation, and we have 2 residents who are here specifically to listen to that item. And if we just do this in order, they might be sitting here until like 4 o'clock this afternoon. Councillor Mitchell.
I will make that motion. We're already an hour and 5 minutes behind when that was scheduled to happen, so we shouldn't tie them up anymore.
Have we got some wording for that and a seconder?
That we moved by Councillor Mitchell that we move agenda item 9.4A to be presented at 11:20 a.m. Yeah. To make it official, moved by Councillor Mitchell, second by Councillor Finch, the council amend the agenda to move item 9.4A to follow item 7B. We not only have outside staff here. I believe we have members of the public here who are very interested in this issue. So we've already made them wait for well over an hour.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And then with that, we are now magically at item 9.4A, Report 2025-114 from the Director of Corporate Protective Services and the Oxford County Community Planner regarding renewable energy approvals update. So I'll turn it over to Director Martin and then bring in other staff members as you see fit.
Perfect, thank you. So yes, I just want to note and introduce Emily Sousa from Oxford County Planning, who is here to provide additional support for this report. Leave it at that.
Is there anything either of you want to add before I ask Council for questions?
I think we're open for questions. Thank you.
Questions from Council on the report? Councillor Finch.
So with this report, is the IESO is still not giving us the health impacts and environmental impacts that we were looking for with the motion we had already on, that we have on the table?
Perfect. Yeah, so through the mayor, it's a great question. The IESO, through the procurement process, is not necessarily responsible for providing those impacts or assessments to municipalities. At the stage of issuing a municipal support confirmation, municipalities do have the ability assessed at the time of a application for renewable energy approval under the Ontario regulation. But at this point, in terms of procurement, we don't have direct availability for that information.
Any other questions? Do I have a mover? Councillor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, seconded by Mitchell, that council allow applications for agriculturally integrated projects as generally described by Ontario Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Agribusiness to be considered for municipal support.
Councillor Stewart is the mover. Do you wish to speak to that?
Yeah, I think there was less concern about the types of projects that are referenced in agricultural related classification that's referenced here. When we think back to a year ago, I think the motion that we passed a year ago, or approximately a year ago, maybe it helped force some reclassification or some of those redefinitions or new definitions, I guess you should say. But I think generally we heard a lot of concerns from the public on specific wind generation and some of the things that are non-agricultural in nature. And I'm happy we sent the message we sent. I'm happy with the feedback we've received, and I'm also happy with this resolution.
Councillor Mitchell as a seconder.
Yeah, when I started to read this report, my blood pressure went up a bit because anything that may impact and weaken our commitment to not provide support resolution for the industrial wind turbine projects really concerns me. The motion that's included in the report, which Councillor Stewart just referred to, which passed October 16th of last year, refers to all energy projects. And it was passed in response to overwhelming opposition by residents to a proposal to build up to 24 industrial wind turbines in Zorra. I would have preferred that we had passed an unwilling host motion, as many of our neighboring townships have done, but I supported the motion that's in the report because it achieved the short-term goal of blocking the application to the IESO for the wind turbines project. With the new guidelines, there is now a distinction between wind turbines, which have a very high impact on residents, the distinction between that and biogas, which has very low impact. I will also point out that 97% of the wind turbine revenue would be going to a foreign company, whereas the revenue for biogas projects goes to the local farmers. We have supported applications for at least 3 on-farm biogas projects. That was at the meeting of December 3rd, 2023. Council has received at least one email and I believe some other concerns from the farmers that we endorsed their application in the past, that the motion that we passed a year ago since it said all energy projects would be negative towards their application process. I don't know where they're at in that application process, but I think at the time I supported the biogas projects. I still support the biogas projects, and so I'm willing to support a motion that we make the distinction between agricultural and non-agricultural, with the understanding that we are still not in support of providing a motion of support for wind turbines.
Anyone else? Deputy Mayor.
I think there's some great information in this report that helps sort of differentiate between some different streams in terms of energy generation projects. It also leaves me with further questions that I have not taken the time to continue investigating, such as the municipal tools provided through the ISO for these processes, as well as some supports that AMO has developed in relation to these projects. So I still have some learning and reading to do as I continue to understand the advancements made by the IESO that are referenced in this report as sort of justification for this differentiation. I'm not understanding them in full at this time. I do think that there's an importance in differentiating where appropriate, and based on those observed differences over time in function and in impact. So, Councillor Mitchell, you've referenced the resolution that we passed previously, and what your intentions and hopes were with it at that time, and we'll all have our own experience of that. But as time has gone on, new applications and new considerations and new information have helped, I think, at the provincial level as well as here, us start to make some of those distinctions, and that's where some of those blanket approaches no longer are appropriate, and we have to make those designations. So the agriculturally integrated projects being sectioned out and provided some framework is an important distinction, I think, in this provincial jurisdiction and the role that we play as municipalities. Some of the language in this report speaks to, generally considered that these fit one category or the other. So I think we do have to be mindful that there's still gray area in how applications are received and assessed. It's not black and white. Generally considered implies that there is, there's space for things to evolve and potentially shift into different categories. My main reason for supporting the resolution that was considered however many months ago that was the lack of information in order to provide a municipal support resolution. That remains somewhat still of a concern for me, that has not been fully addressed or rectified in the information that's put forward for us today. So while there may be less public pushback that we're aware of or concerns that have been put on our radar, at the end of the day, when there are permitted land uses that are regulated by our provincial government that have the jurisdiction over health and environment impacts and so on, that there's still a discomfort I have in terms of providing a municipal support without having the expertise, the information, and the jurisdiction. And I think, that was really what I was looking for, was a stronger shift in process that doesn't ask us to stick our necks out on something that's not our jurisdiction and have the authority that we're not provided the resources, the depth of staff to have. So I am going to support this motion today because I do believe in the intention behind it, and I'm excited to see these innovative projects that I think highly reflect what is intrinsic to our rural communities, making the most out of who we are and what we are, and being innovative and forward thinking. But I don't want to, my support for this has a lot of concern around gray area language and still a lack of fully knowing the information that allows for me to be comfortable with certain projects over others, when at the end of the day, we're still no better informed on the implications of this project over a different energy project at this municipal level.
Anyone else? It's interesting to me. I think there's definitely some different concerns between wind turbines and anaerobic digesters, but there's definitely some potentially similar concerns. And it's interesting to me that I'm not hearing those about anaerobic digesters, about the number of tons of concrete and rebar that go on the ground and where that concrete and rebar comes from. And we're not hearing that now. Those were, concerns that were raised last time, and we're not. I think, I think we need to be, for me, I need to be very discerning about what the concerns really are and what they aren't. And similar to what the deputy mayor said, which ones are valid and which ones aren't. And do we as a municipality have the ability to understand those and make an informed decision based on that? But in the end of the day, these are good applications that we're going to get on anaerobic digesters. We have anaerobic digesters that are operating already in Zorra, and they're good. They're good. They support agricultural businesses. As the report makes clear, the ministry has identified them as agriculturally integrated, and they are. They produce, relatively speaking, vast quantities of energy, right? I mean, in a Zorra context and an Oxford context, like vast quantities of energy, and I think they should be supported. But at the same time, I think that there are issues around individual property owners' rights and what they should have the ability to do with their land and what they shouldn't have the ability to do with their land. I mean, that is one of the main functions of a municipality, is through our official plan and zoning bylaws to decide what people can and can't do with their land. And I think that always has to be extremely well justified when we tell somebody, you can do this and you cannot do that. And I'm always uncomfortable telling somebody that they can't do a thing on their property when we don't have real justification to say that you can't do that on your property. Also, some of the issues around, where does the profit go from some of these businesses? In my opinion, absolutely categorically not this council's business. That is up to that private property owner and their business. I don't know where their profit goes from their milk, from their chickens, from their eggs. None of my business. I do not care, and I don't think I want to live in a world where a municipal council is making decisions on which businesses are winners and which businesses are losers based on who we think they should and shouldn't be making profit for and where it should be going. But all of those same concerns all go for wind turbines as they do for anaerobic digesters. So I really struggle with this, to be honest, because I think these are good projects. And I really struggle with discerning what the difference is between this and a turbine when we don't have the expert opinion to tell us what the difference is between this and a wind turbine. All that being said, I think these are good projects. I think they should go ahead. I think the individual property owner is asking to do nothing more than what is permitted use under the PPS, the OP, and the zoning bylaw. I think that how the business functions, whether it makes a profit for them, where the profit goes, how much concrete they put in the ground, where the rebar came from, all irrelevant to me as a member of a council. That's up to that private property owner, their business, whether it works for them or not. But I think I am in support of this today as far as it goes, and would look forward to us, for all the same reasons that we're okay with this, potentially moving farther in the future. Anyone else before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And next item then, returning to the normal order of the agenda, would be 8.1A, Roads Division Report 2025-113 from the Director of Public Services. Director Oliver, is there anything you want to highlight for council before I ask them for questions?
Nothing to highlight. I'm open for questions.
Questions from council? Councilor Mitchell.
Steve, in your report, you talked about additional work that had to be done on Perth Oxford Road, and also the culvert replacement on line 23. So my one and only question for you this time is, what impact on the 2025 budget did the additional culvert work on the Perth Oxford Road and the unscheduled culvert replacement on line 23 have?
Okay. Thank you for your question, Councillor Mitchell. So the twin pipe replacement, which was a shared project between Perth South and Zorra Township, the extra work that was required to complete that project was covered within the contingency amount of that project. So we actually came in about $2,700 less than the tendered amount after everything was said and done, completed. And the project itself came in $138,000 under the tendered amount. So we did really well on that project. The emergency replacement culvert on the 23rd line, staff estimate approximately a cost of about $45,000 to $50,000 to do that replacement. Once we have all the invoices in from that work, we'll be coming to council for recommendation to allocate some of the funds left from the Twin Pipe project and put towards that cost.
Any other questions? Deputy Mayor.
I have a question about the capital project, paving project, Cobble Hills Road. In the report, you reference that now that the projects are complete, there's an increased level of service that includes improved smoothness and ride quality, enhanced safety, increased lifespan, reduced maintenance costs, overall improved user experience. We have implemented the exterior line painting program on specified roads network within Zorra Township. But as we're aware, Cobble Hill is a shared road, and so the portion that you're referencing here and the added safety enhancement is in reference to the portion that we operationally control. Have there been any discussions with, I know that the same program is not implemented in our neighbors in Thames Centre. Has there been any discussion with Thames Centre staff in terms of consideration of implementing that program for potentially the remaining balance of Cobble Hill? What they consider beyond that boundary would be a consideration for their council, but just to provide some continuity in that driving language and safety element that we're implementing on the portion that is under our control.
Very good question. And to right now, there hasn't been any discussion on making some continuity between the two sections of road. There are some things changing in the future here with some uploading and downloading coming up in the future that council will be made aware of once things are a little more further into discussions. I think that would be a good opportunity to have those discussions at that time with redoing some boundary agreements and try to make some more continuity with that area. That's one of the biggest ones we have, I think, as far as any boundary roads. There's a big difference now that we've taken on the white fog line. It does make a big difference. It does increase the safety, I feel, and it'd be well worth having the conversation with the neighboring municipalities to see if we can get some continuity on those areas.
Anyone else? Councillor Finn.
Talking about that, Steve, do you just want to let everybody know about your shoulder maintenance and whether it's $2 per saving or 200 or 2,000? I think you can kind of let everybody know.
The shoulder maintenance?
And working with the other municipalities.
Oh, yes. So yeah, we've rented these shoulder machines in the past. Doing it on our own, the rental agreement was about $5,000 a week, which if the weather was great, all well and good, we get the full use of it for the full 40 hours. That was always sticky. So this year we had the opportunity to partner with East Zorra Tavistock and Blandford Blenheim to do a month rental, which is quite a bit cheaper, and then share the costs that way. We ended up getting some excellent weather the week we had it, and the renter was very flexible with the agreement, and we made some good use of it that week. So it worked out well.
Anyone else? Do I have a mover? Deputy Mayor.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that report 2025-113 from the Director of Public Services be received and filed for information purposes only.
Any discussion? Councillor Mitchell.
Couple comments and to follow up on what was just said about the arrangement for the shouldering machine. Awesome to do that sort of partnership work that has savings. And also, Steve and I got excellent feedback from a resident on line 23 about how the emergency replacement of that culvert was carried out. And Steve sent, I was CC'd on Steve sent a series of really neat pictures that I hope get on our social media at some time of the work that was carried out. So double kudos on both of those. It's great to get feedback from people. It doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, positive feedback is always good.
Positive feedback, yeah. That's,
Few
we
and far
get lots of feedback, but
Yeah,
not
the
necessarily
positive
positive
part.
feedback.
Yeah, no, and I pass that on to staff, and it's always good to pass that kind of feedback to staff too. Like, they do all the hard work, and there was quite a bit of planning in that. Even though it was a push thing, a rush thing, we didn't want the road to fail. Working through the permitting with the CA and things like that was a bit of a last-minute challenge for some of the staff, but we ended up pulling it off and had the project done in and out in 3 days, so it was pretty impressive, actually. We were happy.
And I add that it's a result of our good budgeting that there was savings on one project, so having to spend maybe $50,000 on an emergency wasn't a panic thing as an impact on the budget. We just
No, it was
potentially move it from one area to the other and not cost taxpayers more because of an emergency.
correct. Maybe more good luck, more good management there, but we'll take it. In a situation like this, I mean, the culvert was old, but you know, with previous inspections over the years, the culvert was still in great condition. But when we did the excavation of that, we found that some of the old practices with backfilling, we found concrete, we found wood, we found, you know, topsoil that was used for backfilling, and eventually that just failed, and then the structure failed. So these things are kind of unforeseen, but luckily we caught this one before it turned into something worse.
I think often good management looks like good luck, and the more you do good management, the more good luck that you end up having. Anybody else before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And item 8.2, Recreation and Facilities Division, Report 2025-105 from the Manager of Recreation and Facilities. Manager Caldwell, is there anything you would like to highlight before I ask Council for questions?
Good morning. Yes, I'm just going to turn one of Councillor Mitchell's questions into a highlight. Just to clarify that Uniondale and Embro Fire Hall were not included in my list of year-over-year comparisons. They are, in fact, maintained by local contractors, separate from our main winter maintenance contractor, but they are included in that $160,000 total to date, but only account for $2,500 of the cost.
Questions from Council? Councillor Mitchell.
She answered my one question, but the other question was, all the $160,000, that's all third-party contractors. There's no allocation from our own staff to that fund?
That's right. No staff time or services coming internally under those budgeted expenses. They're all related to our third-party contracts.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Have a mover? Deputy Mayor.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that report 2025-105 from the Manager of Recreation and Facilities be received and filed for information purposes only.
Is there any discussion? I think this is another one of those good management that's going to look like good luck in a couple of years when there's a heavy snowfall or a light snowfall, as the case may be. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 9.1A, Emergency Services, Report 2025-117 from the Fire Chief Manager, Emergency Services. Director Martin, is there anything you want to highlight before I ask Council for questions?
Not at this time.
Questions from Council on the report? Do I have a mover? Councillor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, second by Grigg, that report 2025-117 from the Manager of Emergency Services, Fire Chief, be received and filed for information purposes only.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 9.1B, Report 2025-118 from the Fire Chief Manager of Emergency Services regarding Zorra's accreditation through Fire Underwriters Survey. Director Martin, is there anything you want to highlight for Council before I ask them for questions?
No, thank you.
Questions from Council? Deputy Mayor.
So correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that I already saw something on social media sharing this out with the community. This is, I'll save my comments for later. Are there any additional plans in terms of where we might see this communication so that residents will see it? Like, is there intention of Zorra Now? Okay.
Yes. Zorra now for sure.
Any other questions? I have a mover. Councillor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, second by Grigg, that report 2025-118 from the Fire Chief, Manager of Emergency Services be received and filed for information purposes only.
Is there any discussion? Councillor Mitchell.
This is a significant achievement. We looked at this a decade ago when I was still a district fire chief, and at that time we determined it was not possible to meet these standards. So my compliments to not only the officers and the firefighters and everybody involved, and I'm glad to hear that we are going to do everything we can to get this word out. I'm certainly going to be printing off this letter and sending it to my insurance. I don't know if that will get me much money out of it, but it's certainly worth a try. So kudos to the Zorra Fire and Rescue for achieving this standard. It's very few departments, rural departments, have this accreditation.
Anyone else? Couldn't agree more. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to mention that it doesn't speak to it too much in this report, but this was an opportunity for three halls to work together in over 3 different times. We tried this twice as a trial run, and a third time where it was successful, where the certifier was there. But it allows the departments who don't get to see each other week to week, sometimes at a call, to spend more time learning about each other's equipment and spend more time learning to understand the differences between the 3 halls and to understate the importance of that. Like it's huge.
Couldn't agree more how good this is. This is good though from like top to bottom. This is like a result of like strategic planning and staff all the way from the CAO all the way down through directors and managers, fire chiefs, district chiefs, and to me the part of the proof in that is I was copied on an email, and when I first got the email I was really confused because I felt like I was missing out on something. Michelle in customer service, when this came out, remembered and found an email from a resident from last spring or summer asking about this, and followed up with an email to that resident to say, hey, that thing that you asked about, we just achieved, FYI, and a thrilled email back from that resident saying, I can't believe this. So I think top to bottom, like just class 1 job by everybody in the whole organization to pull this off. So many thanks. Anyone else before I call the question? Councillor Stewart.
One other benefit just to highlight is, and we've talked a lot about bringing more business to the municipality. So on the commercial side, this is another driving force that'll help attract people from out of this area, or maybe encourage someone in this area to grow.
Maybe our OEDC board member could bring that to the note made. Anyone else before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And then 9.2, Building Drainage and Bylaw Services Report 2025-110 from the Bylaw Enforcement Officer regarding the Bylaw Enforcement Q3 update. Director Martin, is there anything you want to highlight?
No, thank you.
Questions from council? I have a mover. Councillor.
Moved by Stewart, second by Grigg, that report 2025-110 from the Bylaw Enforcement Officer be received and filed for information purposes only.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 9.2B, report 2025-104 from the Chief Building Official, Drainage Superintendent, and Building Services Coordinator regarding Building Department Q3 update. CBO Hughes, is there anything you want to highlight?
I'll just highlight that we had some pictures provided on an ARU, and we also had some stormwater management information in there, some measurements on the pond. I believe the residents of the ARU are here as well.
Questions from council on the report? Do I have a mover? Oh, sorry, Councilor.
No, I just thought of this, Mike, and I didn't send this. Is this kind of typical of what we're seeing? Like I believe this one was the first urban ARU, but is this kind of typical of what we're seeing at the rural ARUs as far as design and size?
Yeah, very much so, yep. Small, just usable space, right? So
yeah. No, thanks for the pictures, because I think it really, we've talked about ARUs, and this really, we can see what the result is. It's a neat little house that anybody would proud to live in. So it's policy becoming reality, and it's right there in the pictures. So.
Any other questions? I have a mover. Councillor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, seconded by Grigg, that report 2025-104 from Chief Building Official, Drainage Superintendent be received and filed for information purposes only.
Any discussion? Deputy Mayor.
I just want to thank staff for seeking to include these additional photos. Not definitely the stuff about the stormwater pond stuff is of interest, but I'm meaning the ARU piece, and I'd like to thank the residents who were willing to share this, because I think a lot of people are hearing about the policy framework and not necessarily understanding it to know how it could apply in their lives and what could be considered. We have data around sort of the overhousing of members in our community and not having spaces in the inventory in our communities for them to move into to downsize. They're then holding space on houses that could be providing housing to larger families, entry-level housing. So, you know, I've got neighbors all around me who might be in a 3 or 4 bedroom house and they're just living there as a single person. And when I'm looking at the visual design here of a small house, that's really highly functional for a lot of us at various stages in our lives. So we're used to seeing information, we're used to having it available for the public, but I think the visual of what that can look like and understanding, that option is not only available, but can be quite appealing for lots of our residents, is going to have such a positive impact, not only for them, but in freeing up some of that housing that then is going to be available and hopefully help bring market pricing down a little bit more on real estate.
Anyone else? I love this so much. It is getting somebody a home. It's density. It's rural. For those of you who don't know, at the AMO conference in August, one of the senior policy planners for Oxford County spoke at a session on ARUs in the rural area, because Oxford County and the area municipalities here have been genuinely leaders in the province in not only in the timeline of implementing these things, but in the way that we've implemented them in a fairly aggressive policy way to really encourage them to actually happen, as opposed to sort of just permitting them, although technically that's all we do. And it's really satisfying to see this actually happening. And I am going to be talking to the owners to talk about, is there a way that we can promote this more? Because I've had conversations with residents around the township and frankly around the county who don't really understand that this can actually happen. They don't know that it's a possibility. And when I tell them, they say, I didn't know. And I really wonder if some more photos, some more coverage of it might make it clear to people that they can actually do this. Not on every property, to be sure, but on a lot more properties than people are aware of, that it can happen. And I think we really need to highlight that because this, there's a lot of reasons contributing to a housing shortage and high cost of housing, and some of those might be getting better, but they're not going to get better fast enough for most people. So every time we can do our part like this, we need to be able to do that. Anyone else before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And then item 9.2C, report 2025-103 from the Chief Building Official, Drainage Superintendent regarding abandonment of the McLellan drain, 1963. CBO Hughes, is there anything you want to highlight for council there?
Just say this is kind of a new process for us. I don't think we've abandoned a drain. Nothing that I would ever remember in my time. So we have had this request. It's an area where the drain will be going into a gravel pit, so the drain won't exist when this gravel pit is created. We've done a little research on how to deal with this, and this seems to be a good way to do it. There will be notice go out to the people that use this drain to see if they have any concerns. Could come back to council. We will see.
Questions from council? Councillor Mitchell.
Mike, you said this is brand new. Is there any cost to the township for the paperwork and the process of this, or is it all covered by the applicants?
It'll be covered by the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Do I have a mover? Councillor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, second by Grigg, that council direct staff to move forward with landowner a landowner notification of intent to abandon the McLellan Drain 1963.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 9.2 D, Report 2025-109 from the Chief Building Official Drainage Superintendent regarding abandonment of the Manzer McLellan Drain. CBO Hughes.
So this is basically another drain that drains into that same location, and it'll just be the same process.
Questions from council? I have a mover. Councillor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, second by Grigg, that council directs staff to move forward with landowner notification of intent to abandon the Manzer McLellan Drain.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Yeah. Go now? Okay. Yeah. All right, so 11:57 and lunch has arrived, so I'm going to suggest we break now. What do you want to come back at, like 12:30? Long day, half an hour, and 12:37, I'll call the meeting back to order from lunch, and we are at, per the amended adoption of the agenda, we're now at item 9.4C, Report 2025-112 from the Chief Administrative Officer regarding the 2026 budget and personnel. CAO Larder, is there anything you would like to highlight for council before I ask them for questions?
No, nothing else to add.
Questions from council? Councillor Mitchell.
So this has been changed quite a bit from the original proposal to hire the economic development coordinator, I think it was. So I just want to be clear what is being proposed right now, and what my understanding is that the deputy clerk, when the deputy clerk returns from her maternity leave, she will resume her job. The temporary deputy clerk will resume her job as corporate and strategic initiatives coordinator, and that the temporary corporate and strategic initiatives coordinator will take on the new position as strategic initiatives and government officer. Am I following the plan?
That's correct.
Okay. So I guess my follow-up question is, do we know when the deputy clerk is returning, and when the temporary CSIC is on a contract? When is that contract up, and how does that all tie into this proposal?
There's no definite date on return as of yet. The maternity leave entitlement is from 12 months to 18 months.
Mm-hmm.
So the 12 months would be ending January 1st of 2026. And if extended to the 18 months, it would be June of 2026, if that's so desired, return date. And so the position of the individual that's taking over that position would end at the time that she would be beginning.
Okay, so it was an open-ended contract, sort of?
We had initially said it would be 12 months.
Yeah.
But at any time that the employee wishes to extend, we'll just extend that contract for that employee, the one that's filling in.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies what we're talking about here as opposed to what the previous recommendation was. Thank you.
Any other questions? Do I have a mover? Councillor Finch.
Moved by Councillor Finch, seconded by Councillor Mitchell, that Report 2025-112 from Chief Administrative Officer be received and filed for information purposes only.
Is there any discussion? Councillor Mitchell.
So we're just receiving and filing, but this position is included in the budget at this point?
That's correct.
Okay. So to follow up on that, and when we amended the agenda, I said I would have preferred to not deal with this until after we looked at the, and the motion is just to receive and file. But when we come to the decision of whether to include it in the budget, I have a motion prepared that would result in an amendment to the budget that would have considerable savings. And whether that motion goes through or not is going to impact on whether we approve this additional hiring. Just to go back a little bit, I was strongly opposed to the original proposal to have an economic development coordinator, to the point that I came to that meeting with 5 pages of talking notes covering 6 main reasons that I thought that it's not what we should have done. My main reason was the rapid increase in township staff and labor costs, and using employee phone lists from 2019 to 2025. In 2019, we had 29 full-time employees in one shared planner, who I believe is not actually our employees, employed by the county. And that was 2019. In 2025, we increased to 37 full-time employees plus 3 shared, that being bylaw, fire, and the asset management person, and still have the one shared planner. Plus, we had 37 part-time employees, or basically summer employees. Now, I didn't have a comparative number to 2019 on that, but I know that we have hired quite a number of summer students for good reasons over the years, so we've increased that number. That represented 28% increase in full-time employees in 6 years. And when I looked at the Canada Census numbers and adjusted them, that we only had a 10% increase in population. Employee costs for general government, which is where that employee would be going into, so excluding council, but including wages, benefits, subscriptions, conventions, training, and mileage. In 2019, general government was $688,689. 2025, it was $1,175,952, for an increase of $487,263. So general government labor benefits and other costs has increased 71% in 6 years. So that's why I was, as I told Diane, and we had a great conversation after that meeting. As I told her, I lost sleep for 5 nights over that proposal, based on primarily these numbers. And I realize that we've had many benefits from this, but the costs are the costs. So this proposal, the position's been very much redefined, and it includes the extra help that's going to be involved in the 2026 election, and also initiatives such as studying the core development and those other things that council has already asked staff to do. Also the fact that the previous cost was going to be $140,000 over 18 months. This is $96,000 over 12 months. If we can find savings in some other area, when we get to this in the budget, I would support it. But we have to find savings somewhere. So that's a long-winded to say that I'm going to support it because it is receive and file, but those are my concerns about this proposal.
Anyone else? I just would remind council, the receive and file, and that it's included in the draft budget. I know we say budget, but it is the draft budget. Until council passes it, it's draft. I know you all know that. Just it's draft, right? Anyone else before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. All right, and then the one you've all been waiting for. 9.3, Financial Services Report 2025-119 from the Manager of Financial Services Treasurer regarding the 2026 draft operating budget and capital plan. Manager Grogan, is there anything you'd like to highlight for council before I ask them for questions?
I'd actually like to go through our 2026 budget presentation, if possible, and then any questions that council may have as we move through those budget presentation slides. We will be happy to answer questions throughout the presentation.
So just before you start, actually, I just want to highlight a couple of things for council to make sure we're all on the same page as to how this budget process is going to go. You all got, I think, this handout from staff. I just want to highlight a few things in here about how this is going to go. So your options today are to say, I'm good with this draft budget as it is. Please bring back for final approval at a future meeting. Option 2 is, I'm fine with this as it is, except for these changes, and please bring that back at a future meeting for final approval. And option 3 would be, bring me back other reports or other answers, and then I'll reconsider it again later. The timeline is there on the screen of the proposed timeline. That's the timeline for the adopting the budget that this council adopted based on staff recommendations. And I think it should be our goal to attempt to stick to that. But as always, council can decide, things have changed, we want to do something differently, whatever. But I think we adopted it for good reasons. I think this kind of schedule has served us well over the past few years. So I'm really encouraging us to try and stick to this as much as possible. But as always, it's up to a majority of council how they want to proceed ultimately. So is there any questions on how that is going to unfold over the next little while just before we go ahead? We're all good. Kim, I'll turn it back over to you.
Fabulous. So just before we jump in, I'd like to take some time to thank staff for their work in pulling the 2026 draft budget together. Compiling the annual budget is an exercise with many moving parts, and it is truly a collaborative effort. So thank you to everyone who was involved. The 2026 budget process begins with staff being provided with the base budget based on 2025 budget numbers. Staff review historical actuals, pricing, needs, and current service delivery levels. Staff then consider departmental goals and objectives along with council direction and determine any base budget changes, any one-time items that they'd like added into the draft budget, and any new initiatives or service delivery changes that will affect the overall budget. The draft budget is then reviewed by myself and the Deputy Treasurer. Changes are made through collaboration with managers, directors, and the CAO. The 2026 budget sees the implementation of the capital module of our budget software, which has resulted in a slightly different presentation of balances. The 2026 budget presentation focuses on proposed high-level base budget changes, one-time costs, and those service delivery changes. So I'm hoping we can pull the presentation up on screen and go through the next slide, which is a video that provides an overview of how the municipal budget works, as presented by the Municipal Finance Officers Association of Ontario. There should be sound. apologies that there was no sound. It's a little more impactful as they walk us through it. So if anyone's interested, that video is available on MFOA through YouTube. They also have some other great videos on development charges and asset management to kind of help break down those processes as well. The important piece is that now that we're actually utilizing the capital module of our budget software, we're following those recommended MFOA budget practices. So report 2025-119 and attachments provide an overview and detailed operating budget for 2026. The package also provides a detailed 2026 capital plan, the 10-year capital plan, summary, and detail. We will move through our presentation by moving through the summaries first and then focusing in on some of those high-level details. Since the writing of this report, we received our OMPF notice and staff have received direction from a closed session, which have a total savings of $107,297 on the levy that was included in the initial iteration of the budget that was included in the budget package for council today. So I do have some updated numbers as we move through the presentation. And we can, as resolutions are passed by council and amendments are made to this draft version, we can provide you with kind of up-to-date impacts on our overall budget.
So just want to remind council that so there's two changes that are going to be reflected in what you're going to see here. One is as a result of the OMPF notice that we got. I can't remember what day it was last week, but late last week, too late for this budget package, but that staff have integrated. And the other is changes as a result of a closed item that we talked about earlier today. I just want to remind council that we can absolutely talk about the OMPF and the rest of the budget. The issues behind the impact of the item that we discussed in closed, we can't discuss in open, even though we can discuss the rest of the budget. Just want to remind everybody of that before we go ahead. And I'll turn it back over to you, Kim.
Excellent, thank you. So the 2026 new version of the draft operating budget includes a total levy requirement of $12,831,773. This represents an increase of $599,928 or 4.9% over 2025. So we've moved from, as presented in the package, 5.78% tax levy increase to a 4.9% tax levy increase as the result of those changes. The levy is comprised of a capital levy of $3,969,938, which is equivalent to 1.72% of a tax levy increase, and an operating levy of $8,861,835, which translates into a 3.18% levy increase. The 2026 operating levy requirement of $8,861,835 represents an increase of $389,126 over the 2025 operating levy, which is equivalent to a 4.59% increase. The operating budget is broken down into base costs, which are the net costs required to deliver existing services. The base budget includes adjustments to balances based on historical actual results and/or 2025 projections, reallocations between accounts, known increases or decreases from 2025 balances. One-time costs are the operating costs recommended for 2026, but that do not recur on an annual basis. Service delivery change costs are the costs associated with recommended changes in service levels. Operating levy changes related to the aforementioned categories will be outlined in subsequent slides. Moving to the operating budget, the capital levy portion of the operating budget, the 2026 capital levy requirement of $3,969,938 reflects an increase of just over $210,000 over the 2025 capital budget, equivalent to a 5.6% increase. The slide that's on screen outlines the changes, the total composition of that total $3.9 million capital levy. It's comprised of our investment in capital assets as well as debenture debt repayments related to the Tempsford Fire Hall, our roads and sanitary sewer debentures, as well as the ZMF debenture repayment. Subsequent slides will also speak to the changes in capital levy requirements from 2025. Moving into the 2026 capital plan, high-level overview, the 2026 capital projects total $8,492,374 and are funded through reserve, provincial and federal grants, development charges, donations, other municipal contributions, and other grant opportunities. 2026 capital projects will be presented shortly by each department. The 10-year capital plan, along with reserve continuity, will be presented after the operating and capital budgets for 2026. So if we move into the operating budget, operating levy, base budget cost changes, the 2026 revised operating levy increase of 3.41% is comprised of 1.42%, sorry, that's incorrect. Let me get my updated sheet. The operating levy increase is actually 3.18% now, or a total of $389,126, and that is comprised of a 1.19% base budget increase, a 1.33% increase related to one-time costs, and a 0.66% increase for service delivery costs. The slide on the screen outlines the base budget cost changes, totaling $146,326 with adjustment, which is the equivalent of 1.19%. These budgeted cost changes include a decrease in grant in lieu revenues, an increase of an 11% threshold on OPP costs, savings in our police contract budget line as the result of council continuing to budget in 2025 as we were initially billed by OPP. We are experiencing increases in our group benefits. We have some increase in wages before the salary review, so that focuses on CPI and step increases both for wages and benefits. We've got the impact of salary review increases based on a draft report that was provided to staff for the inclusion in our budget. We've got that contract extension position that was discussed in the report previous to this presentation. 6 months of that contract is included as a base budget cost, while the other 6 months is seen as a one-time cost and is recommended to be funded through reserve. We've experienced insurance savings in 2026 as the result of changes in the term of our policy, as well as I believe it was a 5% increase in insurance rates for a 12-month period, which resulted in overall net insurance savings. We have the impact of snow removal increases that have been experienced, as well as anticipated increases in hydro costs. We've included an increase in the annual road portion of drainage assessments as a result of reviewing past historical averages and the anticipated cost of drain maintenance and drain capital projects that will be attributed to roads in 2026. And we've got the consolidation of all other changes, as well as we're recognizing the reversal of 2025 one-times, taking that out of our overall base budget. One-time and service delivery costs will be presented shortly by each department. Are there any questions on any of those high-level operating base budget changes?
Do we have any estimate of the timeline as to when we will find out what our OPP fee will be?
Typically, we receive that in November of each year, so I'm hopeful that we'll have that notification before the budget is finalized for 2026.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yes, thank you. Just the group benefits increase of 7.1%. That's a cost of from us to the benefits provider as an increase, not any reflection of an additional benefits that our employees are getting, or what is that increase?
So the group benefit increase is comprised of two components. There's a 7.1% increase to our existing benefit plan, which translates to, I believe, 26, what's our total? Yes, 26,536. So the lion's share of that base budget change relates to those existing policy increases. We've also provided an increase to our existing plan in order to keep up with, essentially there was a review done of neighboring municipalities within kind of our area and jurisdiction, and it was realized that our policy and our benefit coverage was falling behind considerably compared to our neighbors. So we've included $4,227 in the 2026 draft budget for those increases, with the remaining portion of those increases in 26, which is equal to $16,910. We're proposing that that be funded from a WSIB reserve that was established from WSIB surplus that was received in 2024 and transferred to reserve. Just to further the OPP and to clarify Council's decision last year from a budget perspective, Council did resolve last year to put $211,316 into reserve for policing costs. The resolution attached those costs to help fund future reconciliations that occur with our OPP billing. So those funds will be set aside at the end of 2025, and those funds are still available. None of the funds have been applied in the proposed budget to be utilized. We're hopeful that the contract that's returned by OPP will be sufficient enough with what's been budgeted in the 2026 budget for policing that we can cover those costs. But that reserve is available in the circumstance that in the 2026 billing, which will include the 2024 reconciliation year, if there are significant 2024 variations and impacts, we can certainly consider those funds. Those funds have been set aside by council for that purpose.
And if I recall, that was because we had approved the budget with the OPP billing that we've originally reserved, and then well after that time, the province, because of massive feedback across the province because of the significant increases, lowered that number, and we decided rather than opening up the budget and accounting for it last year, we put it into the reserve that you just talked about. That's how that money got
Yes,
there.
I'm not quite certain about the timing of when it was provided to us of the savings, but effectively, because of that responsible budgeting decision that council made, not only do we have those funds set aside in reserve, we were also in an extremely good position this year, and were able to absorb the anticipated 2026 increase based on the fact that we budgeted based on that original billing
Yeah.
in 2025.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to remind myself that that's how that amount came to.
So we'll move through to the operating budget capital levy and just highlight the actual changes year over year from the 2026 capital levy when compared to 2025. So we're seeing some increases in investment in capital assets. Staff are proposing savings in an investment in one of our reserves. I will premise that the initial report included the naming of the Infrastructure Climate Change Broadband Energy Reserve as the Green Initiatives Reserve. I thank Councillor Mitchell for pointing that out to me. So any reference in any of these draft budget materials to the Green Initiative Reserve should actually read the Infrastructure Climate Change Broadband Energy Reserve. And we're also seeing savings and decreases in both our Thamesford Fire Hall debenture annual debt payments, as well as our road sanitary sewer debenture debt payments. And we're seeing an increase in the tax levy funding portion of the ZMF debenture debt repayment. Are there any questions on any of those items?
Can you maybe elaborate on the reasons for an increase or decrease in debenture payments?
So all of our debt is handled through the County of Oxford, and when we secure that debt, there's basically two types of debt instruments that we can utilize. Typically, municipalities utilize an amortizing debt instrument, which effectively means that over the course of the entire term of the debenture, your combined principal and interest payments stay the same. So you see no fluctuations year over year. The Township of Zorra, through the coordination with the County of Oxford, actually secure their debt in what's called a serial debt debenture issue. And that serial debt debenture issue sees those debenture payments reducing over time. So for both the Thamesford Fire Hall and our sanitary, sewer, and roads debentures, we're actually seeing the benefit of having those debt instruments in a serial debenture type as opposed to in that amortizing debenture type. The increase in the ZMF debenture debt repayment, this is just the debenture debt repayment portion that is being proposed to be funded through the tax levy. So our debt repayments are considerably higher than that, but we've, since the issuance of that debt, had a plan that we can fund some of it through reserves in order to kind of step that increase and the burden on the tax levy over a period of time, as opposed to seeing it initially. We see a change in 2026 because we were fortunate that in 24 and 25, the majority of those debt debenture payments were eligible to be paid through our DC reserve, because in our previous development charges, background study, and bylaw, we were raising funds in debentures in DCs from developers and builders towards that ZMF expansion project. So this is the first year where we're seeing more of an impact on the tax levy than in previous years. So we're now going to move into our departmental budgets. We have staff here available to answer questions on any of the items that are included in both one-time and service delivery costs, which we'll highlight first, And then we will move into the capital plan for 2026 related to those same departments. So if we focus on corporate and protective services on their operating budget, I just wanted to just kind of remind which cost centers are included in that overall department. So this includes council, general government, administration, building, rental properties, financial expense, elections, asset management, fire services, building, bylaw, policing, planning, economic development, drainage, and this year stormwater has been separated out from the drainage cost center because it is much easier for us to actually track stormwater costs. And just as a reminder, stormwater, because we're collecting user fees for stormwater, we're setting aside any net revenues into reserve. So it's much easier to track as an individual cost center as opposed to it being buried into the drainage budget, which is where it was homed before. So I'm not sure if council has any questions in regards to any of the one-time costs that are listed for the corporate and protective services cost centers. Not sure if we want to review or absolutely.
Just one question. We have the BAS system added here, and then I know there was an increase of hydro spending earlier on presented. The hope is that we're going to be investing into the BAS system for this building and as well probably in another section of this budget about the ZMF to hopefully analyze and potentially reduce the hydro increases as well. Have the potential reductions because of implementing a BAS system been included in this budget, or are they sort of, we need to see what we can get out of those BAS systems operating before we reduce that?
So, sorry, go ahead. I'm fine, absolutely. So I can speak to the hydro budget across the board for the municipality. We've actually taken a look at kind of 3-year historical averages where we can from a hydro perspective, and that's what's been included in our 2026 draft budget. I'll defer to Manager Caldwell, who knows kind of more about that system, but potential savings, we'd actually experience those savings through that BIS, and then it would be future budgets that we'd be able to recognize those savings.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that, for our HVAC system here and jointly at the daycare, we are paying a contractor per service call, even when we just need minor adjustments to the temperature control. So having this is a one-time fee for the BAS system, and it will allow us to extrapolate a lot of data, investigate issues, and troubleshoot in-house in real time. So if we assume, 4 times a year seasonally, and with the different operational needs, we're calling a contractor 4 to 5 times a year, this system should pay itself off in 3 to 4 years.
Are there any other questions or any questions on any of the detailed kind of budget lines that were included in the overall package? We're happy to answer those questions as well. If not, we can always kind of answer them at the end or whenever convenient.
I have a question on the item $1,000 for a Kevlar vest. And my question is a Kevlar vest a standard PPE item for bylaw enforcement officers? And is this a shared expense with our municipal partners?
Yeah, so it is a standard PPE item. It isn't required though, but through some background research, it became evident that it's very common for bylaw enforcement officers to wear it, and so we wanted to provide that here in Zorra as well. It was, we informed the other area municipalities, but at this time they weren't interested in sharing the cost with us.
So that would that vest will just stay here for usage?
Correct.
And could be used by other people
as well
as by law. So,
yep.
no, I'm not going to quibble over $1,000, but it kind of jumped out at me, but that was something we hadn't had before. PPE is important no matter what your job, so.
So if there's no other questions, we'll move through to the Corporate and Protective Services Capital Plan for 2026. And I'll just note that the 2026 budget package also included project tracking sheets that provide council with project details and ties into asset management. Council will begin to see iterations of those reports as we progress through 2026. As projects are completed, those reports will come back to council for review, and the overall asset management plan impacts will be identified. So again, I'd just like to make one change before we kind of move through to questioning. The carry forward of the 2025 capital ZMCC solar panel project. The reserve portion is coming from the reserve as indicated with the wrong name, which should be the Infrastructure Climate Change Broadband Energy Reserve. Happy to take any questions you may have on these corporate and protective services capital items.
Question involving this ZMC solar panels and the question, and before I start with my questions, obviously I've got a whole list of them, but I want to thank, I sent a total of 2 questions about the community and center grants and 27 questions about the budget to Kim, and I want to thank her and all the staff members that sent me back some very detailed and answers. Some of my questions were pretty basic, some were a bit more complicated. I also want to thank Kim for all the written information that was in her report, as well as the information in the budget document, as well as the information that she's giving us now. And I think all this other information that goes along with the numbers are very valuable. And when I do ask my questions, I'll be referring to page numbers where it's appropriate. And those page numbers are the actual numbers of the budget presentation and document, not the total agenda. So if anybody wants to. Having said that, as far as the ZMC solar panels, according to the report that we received October 15th, the ZMC hydro costs from August 1st, 24 to August 1st, 25 were $69,371, of which 45% was energy and 41% delivery charges. We also, in that report, an outdated estimate for solar panels were $400,000, that covering the full roofs would not produce the required energy to operate the building, and there are currently no green energy grants available for this project. So given that information that we got in that report, how are the numbers established that are on that line for the solar panels?
Thank you very much for your question. First, on a side note, I just want to let council know, if the questions being asked require a lot of staff time, there may be a comment returned back to council that they need more a motion from council for direction on the information because of the staff time that will be involved in gathering the information. But to answer into your question about the ZMC solar panels, staff continue to pursue grant opportunities. We cannot say there are no green grant opportunities available right now. There's the potential that grants are available, but the eligible 75% split 25%, where council's looking at their contribution to be 25%, is not available at this time. Okay, so there's a very minimal grant opportunities on the funding that we would be receiving. But staff are still continuing to look at other options, and it could be in the form of stacking of grant opportunities. So they're continuously looking into the grant opportunities, and just not cutting it as a loss.
So that answers my question, and my comments on this line item is that I think we should leave it in there as it is, not change anything there, but I think we should defer actually going ahead with the solar panels until we've developed and start to implement a plan to reduce total energy use and the delivery charges. And I think we just heard about the BSF. I presume that the window film for the child care center is part of that would reduce the uses. I think we need to get an updated estimate, the number of panels needed and the cost, and I'm sure that that will be done before we move forward. And as far as the potential funding, I'm always confident that staff will be always on the lookout for grant funding on this and others. So, but I think it's important that when we do move forward, and I'm not saying if we move forward, but when we move forward on the solar panels, that it's primarily a financial decision, because we're currently getting electricity from the grid. The grid is 72% non-fossil fuel, so going to 100% is not going to make a huge difference on greenhouse gas emissions. So, but as I said, I have no problem with leaving those figures in the budget as they are. I do have a series of questions on the what's listed as New School Thamesford and our coal build, and in preparing my notes here somewhere. Here it is. So in preparing for these questions, I went back and to remind myself how this proposal started and what's happened in the last 2.5 years. And if I would take a moment to just remind everybody how this came along, as it all is pertinent to the question.
As long as it ends with a question mark.
As long as it, okay.
Well, there's no motion on the floor to debate.
No.
So we're at the point.
This is just background information to bring, because I had.
As long as it ends in a question.
It will end in several questions. So March 1st, 23rd, notice of motion from Marcus that we direct staff to collaborate with the Thames Valley District School Board, Oxford County and Oxford County Library regarding potential coal builds in Thamesford, AJ Baker, and Zorra Highland. And that motion was carried. September the 6th, 23rd, report from staff, read draft memorandum of understanding with the Thames Valley School Board. Motion, council approved in principle the MOU with the Thames Valley School Board. October 18th, 23rd, report regarding memorandum of understanding with Thames Valley District School Board, sets up a framework, terms, and conditions by the parties who agree to engage in meaningful consultations. And council approved that memo of understanding. April 3rd, 24, report update from Thames Valley School Board on the memorandum of understanding that provincial funding was not for a full-size gym. Township funding of approximately $3 million for the township share of a full-size gym. Formal funding and operating agreements with Thames Valley would be needed. That motion was report was received and filed. September 4th, 24, report funding agreement, Zorra and Thamesford. Zorra's share would be 8.7% of the project, which would be 4,962 square feet of a total 57,000 square feet for the school. And the motion that was passed was council approves in principle the funding agreement pending formal approval of the service share agreement, and that staff bring a report detailing the funding options for funding the Zorra Township portion of the project. September 18th, 24, report operating agreement, Zorra Township and Thames Valley School Board regarding municipal and school gyms. The motion was council approves the operating agreement and the staff prepare a finalized agreement for the October 2nd council meeting. There was no report on October 2nd, and I couldn't find a report in subsequent agendas to answer to that motion. February 5th, province announced funding for the new Thamesford Public School 479 pupils, approximately $20 million for the school portion, of which if our share was 8.7%, that would be 1.744 million. And for the childcare, 3,428,000. July 6th, we had a report from staff that their grant application for $1 million to Stream 2 Community Sport and Recreation Infrastructure Fund was unsuccessful. And the latest piece of information on this was that the province ministry had granted the Thames Valley $10.5 million for the board to purchase land for the new elementary school in Thamesford. But the interesting point in the last line was the new school will start being built once development in Riverside Village progresses. An opening date for the new school will be announced once the other development has moved along far enough. So that kind of throws a different light in that. I think we were all kind of expecting that the school would get built next year, or get started next year, and that's why it's in the budget for next year. But the question, first of my questions is, the Thamesford Public School co-build of half a gymnasium, been no reports from staff to council September 18th updating this project. What has happened in the last year regarding negotiations between Zorra and the Thames Valley District School Board?
Staff have continued to work with Thames Valley District School Board on design, and the school board has also been in the process of submitting a site plan and going through the site plan application process. Through the transition from the previous CEO to the new CEO, and any reports that were asked of council probably fell through the cracks. And so I wasn't aware that there was additional reports that needed to come forward, which we can still provide that to council. That's no problem.
Yeah, that was when you took over your position, and that's what that happened. My second question here is, in the 2025 10-year capital budget, there was $2,070,000 allocated to the new Thamesford School in 2026. Why is that number $3,087,538? And why do both those numbers exceed the $1.74 million that is 8% of the provincial funding for the school portion of the project?
So staff have utilized the 2024 DC background study, and within that background study was the school project with a cost of $2,976,400 at $2024. Since then, inflation increases in 2025 and 26 bring the total to $3,087,538. And that's how we've been working through the cost of it. The cost may not come in at that, but that was our starting point.
Okay. So we're just updating, trying to get more current numbers based on inflation more than anything else.
Correct.
The $308,754 would come from the facilities reserve. How much is budgeted to be transferred to that reserve in 2026?
In 2026, the transfer into the facilities reserve is $377,036.
Okay. Next question. What would the annual financing cost be at current interest rates to borrow $2,778,784 to cover the uncollected development charges?
I apologize, this is a rather long response, because at this point in time, we haven't made any decisions as to the amount that we're borrowing, what will be necessary to borrow, and the term of that debt. So I've provided some examples. So the amount required to be funded through debt issuance will be dependent upon the balance held in the DC reserve and borrowing decisions made at the time of such debt issuance. All borrowing is coordinated through the County of Oxford. Rates and totals that I'm providing today are for demonstration purposes and are subject to change. Using the Infrastructure Ontario borrowing rates, which were posted yesterday, November the 4th, to borrow $2.778 million for 5 years at 3.1% would be an annual combined repayment of $600,656. 10 years at 3.62% would result in annual financing repayments of $331,000. 15 years taken at 4.07% would result in annual financing repayments of $247,000. 20 years at 4.57% would result in annual financing repayments of $212,000, and 25 years at that same 4.57% would result in annual financing repayment obligations of just over $186,000. I'd also like to advise Council that the DC Act has recently been amended just this week. Staff are working with the county, other lower tiers, and consultants to determine the impact of these recent changes. Repayment of DC-related debt, both principal and interest, has historically been funded through the future collection of DCs, but we need to look at this most recent amendment to the DC Act to determine what kind of the pass-through of any changes and the implications of any changes. I don't think there's any changes in regards to the funding of DC debt through the collection of future DC debt, but I'm never surprised.
So to follow up on what Kim just told us, if we are able to collect enough DCs in 5 years to pay off this debenture, because we don't have the DCs there now to do it, that would be an increase, or the interest payments over those 5 years cost would be $224,496. If it takes us 10 years, it would be an interest cost of $537,000. So that would be an added cost to the approximately $3 million or whatever it ends up to being to be part of this project. Next question is,
Sorry, I apologize. Before we move on, I just want to clarify. Those interest costs, we could fund through the collections of development charges. So essentially, it wouldn't affect our tax levy and our tax rate because it's funded from the collection of growth-related development charges. I just wanted to clarify that so that we're aware that there's not necessarily a direct impact on the tax levy. Sorry, thank you.
And that's a valid point. What would that do to our level of risk that's calculated by debt as a percentage of total revenues, which you referred to on page 15 as currently more than twice as high as the average for Ontario municipalities?
So the financial indicator that you are referring to is a flexibility indicator of debt servicing as a percentage of total revenues less any donated tangible capital assets. So that is a measure that is provided by the ministry. It is based off our 2023 financial information return. The 2024 analysis based off of our 2024 financial information return will not be provided to us by the ministry until July of 2026. In order to provide an accurate projection of exactly what our ratio would look like, staff would need to then project groupings and classifications for the 2025 year, as the FIR for 2025 will not be completed until August, September of 2026. The issuance of new debt, retirement of existing debt, and calculations of total revenues that are collected will all also impact that ratio. Due to the complexity of the calculation, detailed analysis would require direction from council as a whole, provided the effort that staff would be required to put in to actually determine what that projected impact on the ratio would be. All that withstanding, if nothing further changed and we issued additional debt, then obviously our ratio would increase and be less favorable when comparing ourselves to other municipalities in Ontario. Thank you.
So that, that was one of the questions that Diane referred to, that, and I knew that asking the questions that I didn't expect to get detailed spreadsheets, but I threw out the question to get basically what Kim said in her last sentence, that if we add $3 million in debt, approximately, that's going to have an impact on our level of risk, which is already higher than other municipalities. And my last question falls into the same category, and I appreciate the answer that I did get back, was how many millions of dollars of residential and commercial construction would be needed to collect $2,778,784, plus financing costs, as you pointed out, in development charges that are eligible to be spent on the gymnasium project?
Thank you for the question. So this one I approached looking at our growth projections that were included in the 2024 development charges background study, which led to the adoption of our current DC bylaw through report 2024-032, which was back in March of 2024, which saw resulting collections of DCs over the 10-year period equivalent to 536 single and semi-detached, 108 multiple dwellings, 101 apartments, for a total of an increase of 745 total households. Keeping in mind that DC rates change annually, the DC Act changes almost without notice. DC bylaws are typically updated every 5 years, and the actual uptake of building and the resulting actual DC collections fluctuate significantly. For demonstration purposes only, taking DC collections projected over that 10-year period based on those growth number of households broken out as provided, using 2025 current DC rates, we would anticipate the collection of just over $6 million in DCs over the 10-year period. Again, it would require significant effort to determine actual projections of building permits and building types, average construction values related to certain types of permits, timing and funding of other DC capital projects over the 10-year period to answer the question in kind of a fulsome response. So it would require any further work providing those numbers would require direction from council as a whole.
So, as I said, I appreciate that you couldn't give me a detailed answer, because this would take hours and hours of analysis to come up with that. But the line in there that I picked up on is we would anticipate the collection of $6 million in DCs over the 10-year period. And what I was trying to establish is how long would we have to borrow the money for until we get the DCs to come back. And a reasonable estimate is somewhere in the 5 to 10 years, depending on how quickly this project moves forward. So I have a motion that I would like to see us not proceed with this project, and that the transfers to the facilities reserve be reduced by $308,754, which is what the transfer is. I do not have a seconder at this point, because I wanted the rest of council to hear the figures that came out of the discussions in the last few minutes. If somebody would like to second that so we can debate it at this point, I would appreciate that. If not, I will. I do have a list of reasons why I think this is the what we should do. But since if nobody wants to second it at this point, it would not be appropriate, because it has to be a question. I will just hold on to that, and between now and the next budget meeting, I will seek to have a seconder, so that we can, given that the rest of us have now heard what the implications of borrowing this kind of money for this size of a project would have long-term, at least for the next 10 years, if someone would be willing to debate it. This is what I referred to earlier when I said that I was hoping that we could do some significant reductions in the budget as relative to the new position. So that's where I'm at right now. If anybody's willing to second my motion. I didn't read it because it's not.
I have a follow-up question. Sorry, did you? Okay. The draft budget that's in front of us now, does it reflect the total cost of borrowing against the DCs, collecting future DCs, repaying the debt with that, and any other financing costs? Is that entirely reflected? I mean, I know it's all an estimate based on what it actually costs and what rates we actually get and how we actually ultimately choose to do it. But is an approximation of that entirely included in the draft budget that's in front of us now?
So there are no tax levy implications in regards to this specific project at this point in time. Because we would be borrowing from DCs only, there's nothing reflected in this budget because any of those anticipated borrowing costs would be funded through the collection of DCs. So it funds itself. So there's nothing included in this budget that impacts the tax levy for this project. The transfer from reserve, which is the piece outside of the DC component, is reflected in the budget as a transfer from reserve. So there's no tax levy implications included in this first draft. From a financing perspective, until we actually get to that stage and know what we need to borrow, because keep in mind we do have just over $1 million sitting in our development charges reserve that is available to be used towards DC projects. So the borrowing of this project doesn't necessarily mean that because 2.7 million is coming from DCs that we'll be required to debt fund 100% of that, because we do have funds set aside in reserve, but the financial implications stay within that DC and are funded within that DC separate. It's like a separate fund. So essentially, this is the only spot within the budget that you'll see any implications surrounding the project.
So you answered one of my questions, and that is how much money is in the DC reserve currently. You said around $1 million.
Yes.
So in terms of our immediate shortfall, if this was required funding in the next year, say, there would be immediately $1 million different than what the numbers we're talking about in terms of having to look for another source to fund that. Or I guess all this is doing is eating in. If you have to finance it, you have to eat into DCs that could be spent on other things. That just takes away from your DC fund because you're financing costs associated with the borrowing. Okay. The other part of the question was, and there was a lot of questions, but then also updates at the same time. So what I thought I heard was that the school doesn't start until the development starts. Generally speaking, is that accurate?
That's correct. So we've received we continue our conversations, but the school is looking at all the servicing be in place before it actually starts.
Right.
But they'll have the pre-grading started in that.
Okay.
Well, if I could, one thing I would just add is I just want to remind council that the timing of all that is actually out of our control, right? These are all estimates working with a partner.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. The reason I'm asking that question is because I'm not saying that this is a purely black and white painted picture of the fact that the school will be here, the costs will be incurred, and then we will start to collect DCs. What I thought I heard is that there's some timing that is simultaneous where there will be the start of DCs being received because there will be development happening. A developer's not going to drop a bunch of money into a development without starting to develop it and into individual lots. There was a third question, but that was the more important too. So if it comes back to me, I'll come back.
I just want to keep going with that idea while you're thinking about your other idea. Because when I first heard about development has to be started before they start the school, in my mind, I'm thinking development like lot creation and, you know, building the residential components, which I think that would help fund some of this. My understanding was there's 2 phases of servicing going in to service the whole of the Kingwood development, the servicing. So we can't build a house if it can't connect to anything. You have to be able to get to it, whether it's a business or a house or a school. So the servicing phases, phase 1 has to be brought in, because if they build a school in the middle of that field and there's nothing to tie into and the ability to then, once it's complete, get students to it, there's no point in having that school. So the servicing goes in through the developer, through the approvals of the ministry, at a timeline that we have no control over. Once that servicing is to the curb, then the school is able to commence their construction project that they have approved funding for, that we have a co-build component portion that we are engaging with. The other part of that is that servicing also then creates the ability to develop through the developer at their timeline, whatever additional portions that are in the approved plans for that site. That could mean house construction fairly quickly or slower. As I've learned in this 7 years, completely out of our control, the timeline on that, all we have is the approval. So the only statement we have on the construction of the school timeline is the servicing being there, not development being at a certain stage. I've heard some things, and now I'm confused that that's not what. The timeline for the school is that the servicing needs to be there. So
That's correct. I'll just provide a little bit, and I'm not exactly sure if this is what you said, but like the servicing for the first phase includes more than just the school. Absolutely. Okay. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. I thought you said the servicing was just for the school, but
So there's
for
just
the
2
entire
phases of
first phase, which would include, more development.
So there's not a limitation of or a commitment to what type of development will happen at the time that a development makes the financial investment of running all that servicing in. But with that investment being made, some of that business model then is to start construction. We can't control it. We can't assume that that's definitely what's going to happen. But the servicing itself, that is going to be contingent on the school construction starting, is also serving that lower half of the mapping that we've had, the phase 1 of the servicing. So it is not limiting, nor is it committing to what the additional development will be and what the timeline will be for it. Okay.
There were 2 more things I wanted to confirm. The difference between the 1.7 million and now $3 million of projected costs, our portion of this cost. When you said inflation, that's mainly, like, that doesn't obviously align with CPI, but that's construction inflation costs that have been seen over the last couple of years. Is that generally that difference?
Right now, because of the transition between the CAOs, I can't speak directly to the first amount of the 1.7, so I can only speak to the DCs, the amount, and that's why we put it into the budget, knowing that's the number that we're aware of. The prior numbers, I can't speak to that information.
And the other clarification, and I know it was just a quick hypothetical type calculation, and you'd need more time to do more. You listed a bunch of different unit makeups that would happen over the course of 10 years. I don't think you listed any commercial.
So I was just going based on what had been included in the residential projections.
Right.
But you're exactly right. Any commercial contributions to DCs would also contribute to that DC reserve and relieve the need to actually borrow. In addition, if I actually look at that kind of projection, we're anticipating, based on those numbers, collecting an additional $600,000 per year in development charges. So in a perfect scenario, we've got, I think, 75 households actually provides us with that $608,000 of annual DC collections. We've got the $1 million sitting in the bank. We collect $500,000 in development charges, and our DC bank is sitting at 1.5. And depending on where the fallout of the total build of the school is, right now sitting with that threshold that's kind of been parked in the budget, that, if I'm not correct, is not necessarily set in stone because it's based off of an estimate that was provided back in 2024. So there's lots of moving parts, and all of those moving parts would have implications on what we would be required to borrow for that project.
And the reason I just wanted to highlight the commercial side of things is because that also falls within the first phase of development within this subdivision. Yeah.
I have a follow-up question. Following on from your answer to the other one about how do we get from the 1.7 to 3.08, and I'm not sure what the number was exactly when we put it in. It was something less than 3.08. But correct me if I'm wrong, but I think council under a previous DC report put that number in our DC collection bylaw, I think at the time, right? I can't remember when this was, like 2 years ago-ish, maybe 3. Am I right? That's how this number got in this, right? Was council got it in a report and put it in. Not the inflated 3.08,
Yeah.
but its predecessor.
I
We
think-
put that in there.
I think what happened is the first study that came through
Yeah.
was an estimate of when we were in the initial thought process of a co-build. And so we put in a number thinking.
Okay.
And then the second, when we upgraded the background study on DCs, I think a more, actual
Okay, I
number
just wanted to be
was
sure.
entered in.
That's what I thought happened,
Yeah,
and I
maybe
just wanted to be
that's-
sure. Thank you. Okay, so if there's no other questions, go ahead. Oh, that's what I was going to say. We have somebody a mover, and there is a seconder?
I have a seconder, yeah. Okay. Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Deputy Mayor Grigg, that the Township of Zorra does not proceed with the proposed agreement with the Thames Valley District School Board to fund facilities in the new Thamesford Public School, and that transfers to the facilities reserve in the 2026 budget be reduced by $308,754.
As the mover, do you speak to it?
Yes, thank you. And first of all, I want to thank the Deputy Mayor for seconding this. I know this is a difficult discussion. We like to be innovative. This is an innovative project that we've talked about for 2.5 years, but it also is by far the largest capital outlay in the budget, and I think we need a serious discussion of whether we're getting value for that outlay. So whether this motion gets passed, defeated, or amended, I think it's very important at this stage in the budgeting process that we have this discussion. So the reasons I think that we should not proceed with this co-build: number one, the cost per square foot is unreasonable on a return on our investment, especially when you compare it to what we've done in our other recent projects. The ZMF, we built a 36,000 square foot state-of-the-art shop, plus a huge coverall sand and salt building for a little over $10 million, including 2 green energy components. The ZMC, these 2 adjoined buildings are approximately 21,000 square feet, and we built that for a little over $7 million. And we're being asked to contribute $3 million for 5,000 square feet in this partial gym to make make a full-size gym. Second reason is we don't have the money. There's no land to sell, which was a huge part of why we were able to build this facility without taking on debt. We were unsuccessful in our grant applications. It doesn't mean we can't apply again, but at this point, there's no grant applications. That, to me, was another huge factor in going forward with the ZMC. We've heard this morning or today that borrowing to cover future development charge collection increases debt load by possibly $3 million or more, and annual debt payments by up to $600,000. And I recognize that there is a lot of pencil pushing to figure out between now and then, but those are basic numbers that we receive. $308,754 transfer reserves with the numbers that we had before the updates was a 2.52% of the levy increase. And the rationale for the second part of the motion of not transferring the 308,000 is if we're not going to take it out, we don't need to put it in. Third reason is it diverts future development charge revenue from other higher priority projects. It's noted in the report that we have a number of roads or a number of bridges that are shown that are, quote, bridges and studies show that a number of larger township bridges are failing. And 2 or 3 years ago, we had a situation where we had to replace a bridge that we thought we were just going to repair, and it cost us an extra $1 million or so, and that threw our budgeting out of whack for that entire year. Fire halls. In the 2028 capital budget, we're looking at spending maybe $1 million on the fire hall, and someday we will have to do something with the Uniondale Fire Hall. And replace, and at some point we're going to have to replace or do major renovations to both arenas and community centers. We need the flexibility to collect the DCs to use on those projects. Reason number 4, no definite timeline. When will the school be built? We kind of assumed it would be 2026, but based on the funding from the province, it says when other development has moved along far enough, and we've had further discussion about that. So when does that happen? When there's 250 housing units, 500, we don't know. And in the meantime, the costs will continue to escalate. They've gone up $111,000 on the books just based on inflation in the last 2 years. Reason number 5, Thames Valley District School Board is an unreliable partner. It's the first school board in Ontario taken over by the provincial government due to fiscal incompetence. Beyond that, what's the future of school boards in Ontario? By the time we move forward with this project, will there even be a Thames Valley District School Board? By any calculations, we would end up paying for more than 8.7% of the school footprint. And number 6, other options for facility use are I think, favorable to actually partial ownership. And one that I would think would be reasonable would be to look to rent this facility, a gymnasium, from the Thames Valley District School Board. It would be a lower cost per hour, more flexibility. In the operating agreement, Thames Valley District School Board gym, which would be the other half of the proposal, would be available to Zorra from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Friday, and 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. on weekends and school breaks. So I did some quick math, and at 190 days of school and 165 days of weekends and school breaks, cutting out the 10 days of statutory holidays, that's over 3,200 hours a year that the hall would be available for rent, based on the operating agreement that we had on this proposal. Now, cost of that, we rent our large halls, which would be comparable to the gymnasium, for $30.50 an hour. So if you multiply 3235 by 3050, that's $98,000 a year to rent. If the rent was $50 an hour, it would be $162,000. I doubt very much if we need over 3,000 hours of gymnasium time to run our various programs. So, as I said, this is a difficult discussion. I think it was a very interesting idea. The Maple Leaf land deal was a very interesting idea that worked out. The ZMC was a very interesting idea that worked out. I don't think this one's going to work out. I don't think the amount of dollars that we would need to invest are worth what we would get back out of it. And I think that there are better ways to spend our money. So that's the reasons that I think that we should not go forward with this proposal.
Yeah, so I wasn't prepared for this discussion, so I'm making some notes as I'm listening to you. I had a willingness to second this motion because I think that it was prepared for this meeting demonstrates a lack of information and involvement required for some members of council to have confidence going into these budget conversations, with a huge component that perhaps we haven't had as much touch points on. So I don't want to, I think that this is an important conversation to have, and I think that there is maybe some space in deferring a decision on this motion to perhaps gather some more information. There's a lot of questions that I have coming out of it that I don't think I would be prepared to vote on it right now. So the first point I want to make is, I think, as our Director of Finance has pointed out, that the reserve name of Green Initiatives is actually that long-winded thing that I won't remember. I do think that the titling of the new school has been confusing, because I have heard from some members of the public that are confused about what we're funding. As it's in our budget as a new school, it looks like we're building a school, which is not our jurisdiction. So if there is an opportunity to update that to co-build component, enhancement, whatever that is, I do think that that's important. That the conversation is really focused around what that debt capacity and borrowing costs, what's going to cost us to float that while we're collecting those DC charges. That there won't be, hopefully, an impact on tax levy is, I think, important, although it sounds like through policy change we can't guarantee that at this time. But even with that not having tax levy impact, I completely value that even if those funds are generated through DC charges, we have to consider the cost of floating that loan, and that if the DC charges are going to the debt costs, that's money that's not going into community upgrades that we will be needing, that there will be pressures from development itself. My main concern with what you're putting before us today is that we may require a little bit of guidance from staff and possibly even legal to know where we stand in terms of potential implications of taking an action like this at this time, and then what the financial costs could be separate from legal. So just off the top of my head, DC study charge. So because it's in there, that was a form of commitment of this council to those funds for that project. And so, we can pay to have a DC study charge done again, and then get back to that, however it phases in, whatever the years are where you're paying or getting whatever percentages. But that's a component that I think we have to be aware of. If we're looking to make a change to something this significant, we need to know what that's going to cost and the implications. I'm trying to remember, you've detailed a lengthy process for us, but there's a lot of information there that's not right in front of me. But I know we've had, construction agreements, service share agreements, and there have been processes there. So I don't know what those agreements that we have endorsed and staff have worked with TVDSB staff on, I don't know where those are in terms of legal commitment for us to now, say that we don't want to fund this project. And then there's funding that's gone through the province for an application that we are a piece of. And so I think, we'd want to have some clarity on knowing the full ramifications of what this type of action could mean for not only for Zorra's potential increase in recreation facility access, but also for, a very real need, not our jurisdiction, but a very real need for our school in that school component itself in terms of education. This was just full of students yesterday from TPS who were here, grade 5 students, and I asked them, how many portables were there when you started school and how many there are now? And there was none or one when they started, and now there's 8. So not that we have to shoulder responsibility for, that's the ministry's job and the school board's job to put schools where they need to be to address those pressures, but I think we need to be fully aware before we take action what our actions would mean in terms of that funding and how that would be, does that then put this whole project 5 years or 10 years off from that provincial funding? So I think there's a lot of challenges when it comes to these types of innovative projects because they don't have a template. And I think what we're experiencing right now and what you've identified is it has the added challenge of a transition in the staff touch points on it because we've had a retirement and a new CAO, that some of that we've lost some bits of sort of where it came from and where it's going. One of the things that we were adamant about with the province when we were starting these conversations about this type of innovation is that we wanted to be, we were willing to do a difficult thing knowing that it wouldn't be perfect, but that we wanted to learn from it and help create a pathway for communities across the province to be more resourceful with our limited resources in an ever declining economic climate. And so I think what I'm feeling, my experience of this is that we don't have a good model from the province. The province and the school board controls this thing top to bottom, and we're being asked to fund it. So when we are having little bits of buy-in, and I think if we were having more robust conversations with staff, they could really tell us lots of things that might make us feel a bit better about exactly how this is going to go. But because council has a budget obligation but doesn't have that oversight, it's out of our comfort zone because it's not how we do things here. It's not within our given process. I would still like to see this through so that communities can find ways. We do look at when you're doing a project, if you make it a little bit bigger, or you also do this, or if we're paving this and we do this while we're there, there's mobilization costs, and those savings that are realized are so critical to municipalities like us that have such limited taxation resources to pull from. And so when I look at the benefit of an added gymnasium, if we rent the school gym, it's very small. It has low ceilings. So this enhanced gym is to be high school sized in an elementary school, which would never happen. There's no rental access that would get us that scope of school on this site. My understanding is it's also including sports fields, that the dollar value is not just for the square footage of the building itself, but it's also for soccer fields, that we are outgrowing our current scope of rec. So there's going to be budget discussions around enhancing park space. So I don't know that we have, I don't know that you have the correct information, and I don't think that your analysis is accurate, and I don't think that that means that you're wrong and you should not bring this motion forward. I think it means that it's good time for pause for us to get more information from staff so that we can be comfortable proceeding through our budget process with those big numbers in there and those big carrying cost risks that we're concerned about. So yeah, I think, I know that, what's the word that you like to use, innovation, is it? Innovation for the sake of innovation. I think that it is so intrinsically who we are as resourceful rural communities with limited resources that we are the experts at innovation. There's 5 other things on this agenda that demonstrate that we're experts in innovation, but I think what we're experiencing is the growing pains of trying to do something that doesn't have a well-defined template, and that when we are stepping forward as a big funding partner, that more information and more clarity on where we have buy-in is required for municipalities like us to feel comfortable being partners with our school boards and our provincial ministry partners. So having said that big long ramble, yeah, I think this is a difficult discussion to have, and it probably would have been easier for me to just not second it. But I think it's an important conversation to have. I will not be voting in favor of it if we call the vote, but I would be willing to defer with maybe an added line around some follow-up information from staff. I think what I'd like to be mindful of is the scope of that information in relation to timeline for this budget, so that we're not putting the budget at risk of a delay for passing, because we know the benefits of getting this done so staff can start tendering work. But so I would want to make sure that whatever we're asking for, that staff can sort of clarify that they can get that back to us in time.
Manager Grogan, you have a comment?
So I'd just like to clarify, part of the resolution, I believe, speaks to either eliminating or reducing the planned transfer into the facilities reserve. So the transfer that's included in the budget through the 2026 draft operating budget, the capital levy component where we're investing in our capital assets by transferring into reserve, the 377,036 that has been established in the 26 budget is based on recommendations that are in our tangible capital asset plan that was adopted by council, and that transfer in relates to the asset management implications of our existing buildings. So essentially, the recommendation or the classification that's included in our corporate and projected services capital budget of funding the benefit to existing portion of this project, the portion that's not eligible to be funded through DCs, is to fund it through this facilities reserve. We could have just as easily made a recommendation to fund it through the infrastructure, climate change, broadband, energy reserve. So essentially, it just needs to be funded somewhere because it's the non-DC portion of the project. By pulling those funds out of reserve, we're essentially committing to redepositing those funds into reserve, because the monies that are sitting in reserve right now are for existing infrastructure. This is completely related to growth infrastructure. So I would just caution from kind of an asset management standpoint, removing that contribution to reserve for facilities or whatever it's determined to be of $377,000 to find savings in our tax levy budget. I'm just cautioning because it's not necessarily following our asset management recommendations.
Just before I return to you, I just want to ask if there's anybody else. Councillor Stewart.
I think a lot of points that I had as I listened to both Councillor Mitchell and Deputy Mayor have been covered. The one thing that I don't think we've really highlighted too much here is that this township committed to a bit more of a bold approach to increasing densities in our villages, in this village in particular. And one of the main reasons that all of us stood behind that idea was to reduce pressures on prime agricultural land. There's something that comes with increased density in that this is, we've already committed to this to a certain degree, and what that it matches the density here with an increased level of service that we can give people who are going to be moving into a place that doesn't have a big backyard to run around or a big laneway up front to play in, which is for most of the existing, other than some townhomes, an option that everybody has. So I'm concerned with the idea of eliminating this while just assuming that development will be unaffected by this at the same time. I think the things that will draw people into this community, number one, are just the community itself as it is, but also the services that will come with it. It's not necessarily a build it and they will come type situation, but it's a big part of it, right? So if I'm trying to check the boxes as a young family trying to find a place to live and maybe looking for a place where my kids can go play, I'd really question moving to a small village if we're not willing to entertain the idea of investing in more services from a rec standpoint.
Councillor Mitchell.
Just in response to those, yeah, procedurally, it would have been a lot better if I had got a lot more information from staff and consulted with at least one or two other members of council before bringing this forward. But the information that I got in response to my questions, I didn't see until I got home from work at 7 o'clock last night. So the points that were made that this is not only a difficult issue to discuss, it is a very complicated one, certainly a lot more complicated than is dealt with in my motion. If somebody else wants to make an amendment that we ask for more information and we reconsider this at another budget meeting, I would certainly I think that would be the best way to go. If nobody wants to do that, and they want to vote on this, I fully understand the dangers of passing this motion at this time. I've been skeptical of this project from day one, but then I was very skeptical of the ZMC from day one, and as it played out, I came on board, and I think it was a great thing that we did. The same thing hasn't happened with this one, and on good conscience, I can't just sit here and look at a budget that says we're going to spend potentially over $3 million for half a gymnasium, a full gymnasium, a gymnasium, and a few soccer fields, when I think that there are things that have higher priorities that should be done. So I will leave it up to my colleagues if somebody wants to make an amendment and we pursue this. If not, we'll vote on it. I presume that the motion will be defeated, but at least I have promoted the conversation, if nothing else, and I think it was an important conversation, and I have stated my position. I just can't let this go on without, whatever the merits of it are, without at least voicing my opinion of what we should do here. So I'll leave it up to my colleagues.
Anyone else? Deputy Mayor?
Just a quick comment on Councillor Stewart's comments a couple minutes ago. I have struggled so much in this development because we don't have the planning tools under the current provincial framework to achieve the level of park space that we know to be vital with these levels of density. And it's difficult because yes, we're doing a lot, but staff have worked really hard to try to get the best out of this development that is possible with the current framework. And so this is I couldn't agree more with what you've said. There's other pieces to rounding out a healthy functioning community. And when we're looking at levels of density that are maybe not astronomical in relation to our provincial comparators, in communities like ours, they're denser than what we're accustomed